His mother played collegiate basketball at Missouri. And there's so just more.
Jonesy, I spoke to Christian Brown earlier today. He talked about his mom, Lisa, a three-time all-conference player at Missouri. Talked about not only holding it down at the house, but his first basketball coach, no one harder than him in regards to his game than Mom. He even told Bill Self, his coach at Kansas, hey, you can be as hard on me as you want. Nobody's going to be harder than me than Mom was, Jonesy.
You bet. I wonder if there was any mom disappointment in a Missouri mom having a kid go to Kansas.
Oh, that was a big one. And a follow by Hartenstein on the offensive glass. The lead back up to 13. Caruso switches on to Murray.
And switches up to take something away. That's not a passive switch.
Boy, that can really wear you down over time. Gordon with the mid, he got it. He's an improved shooter this year. Assistant coach Stephen Graham has done a fantastic job with his three ball in particular. Gilgeous-Alexander missed from his spot. That's going to be a foul against Hartenstein.
Denver is really showing a lot of bodies to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Did a great job, I thought, in game 3 of putting 2 on the ball. And that's where, yeah, I thought there was some isolation set of the shots.
Okay.
From Oklahoma City, especially in the fourth quarter.
Murray got to the rim and draws the foul. He'll get 2, and by the way, that's the 5th team foul already against the Thunder, so Denver will be shooting for the rest of the half.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander gets that little brush screen from Isaiah Joe. He wants to take the ball down the lane line. Christian Brown did a really good job of keeping his body in front and forcing a really tough 2. But everybody's locked in on this Denver defense to making sure they put 2 on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Make a tough shot. Yeah. Make it give it up.
Gilgeous-Alexander efficient again this year from the field. Increases three-point shooting percentage and productivity. Born in Toronto, grew up in Hamilton, Ontario. Real calming voice of this young Thunder contender.
And one of the few players that lifts his game in the playoffs. He averaged, 18 in the regular season, 23 in the playoffs.
That one comes off to Porter Jr. OKC now 1 for 14 from deep. Dribble handoff to Murray from Jokic. That one front rim. So the icy shooting continues. Denver, folks, get this, is 3 for 26. Gilgeous-Alexander checks into the office and cashes out. That's his spot.
He just gets into Michael Porter Jr.'s body, uses that off arm to, frankly, push off a little bit, but that creates that space. And he's such a good mid-range shooter.
Oh, don't use language like that. Push off. Inside, that's going to be a foul on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Isn't that a bad word or term? Push off?
Oh, it's true. Watch, I guess he just,
okay.
It's a little discard, but he just gets right into your body, knocks you back, and locks you to the floor. And that's a push-up. You're not being up for a foul. Marginal push-up.
Christian Brown back at the free throw line.
Let's put it this way. It's a push-off when your opponent does it. It's a great play when your teammate does it.
See, there you go. See, that's why I feel secure in sitting next to you. That Duke education, man, got me right. Here it is one more time. SGA from one of his favorite spots.
Now, that's creating space right there, and it's going against a 6'10 guy. But when you're knocked back a bit, it's tough to recover and get really good pressure on that shot.
Mentioned the fact that he was at the team's optional shoot-around yesterday. As Brown knocks down the second free throw, the lead is down to 10. 8 minutes to go in this opening half in this pivotal game 4. Sooners will shift back to Oklahoma City in a couple of days. Williams finds a seam. Isaiah Joe, that rims out. Loose ball. Wallace pursues it. Tried to lob it up for Holmgren, who wasn't expecting it. Right off the turnover, Brown.
And OKC's getting really good shots. Just not making them. Joe was wide open.
Williams being backed down by Jokic. Brown outside. Jokic still ice cold from deep. was 0 for 10 in the previous game, 0 for 2 to start here tonight.
And I don't think David Adelman wants to see him stop shooting. He knows he's a good three-point shooter.
Williams. Wallace on the drive. One more to Holmgren. One more. Jalen Williams. Jokic in space. Holmgren with 2 on the shot clock. And that's going to be a traveling violation. And another Thunder turnover. Their 8th of the first half. Denver has 7. This one not shaping up to end up on ESPN Classic Network.
I don't think Oklahoma City is going to get 87 points in the first half.
Jokic out top. There's the very familiar THO action with Murray, and he gives it away.
So give credit to Casey Wallace for breaking that up.
There's Wallace at the other end. Holmgren, the trailer. Will pull it back out. Now drive it on Jokic. Nice cut by Joe. Probing against Porter Jr. Holmgren, Butter. Does it feel like it's been a while since somebody scored?
Yes, because it has.
29-17. Last 6.5 to go in the first half. And Wallace trying to stick to Murray. Jokic, the roller, got that one to rattle home. That's his first field goal of the game.
A really nice use by Murray of a screen, re-screen. Wallace got over the first, couldn't get over the second, so Jalen Williams had to jump out. And that's going to leave Jokic wide open in the middle.
That's going to be a foul against the Nuggets. Their 3rd team foul. They're going to break on the floor back after this.
Series with Richmond Street. 2 teams looking to seize the moment. Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns. Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. Will the Knicks push through? Or will the Celtics assert their dominance? The NBA playoffs, round 2. Celtics Knicks tomorrow on ESPN.
The beach. To Corona, she isn't just a place. She is an element. And with salt and spray, she shoves us relentlessly into the present. That's what's inside every bottle of Corona. So no matter where your journey takes you, with just a squeeze of lime, the beach is always closer than you think. Corona, la playa awaits.
Nice.
Welcome back to Denver, everybody, and a happy Mother's Day from all of us at ESPN to all the wonderful, doting, loving, supportive mothers out there, including Lisa Brown, Christian's mom, who played ball at Missouri. Mentioned that a moment ago, and Nicole Williams, Jalen Williams' mom. Jalen was actually born here in Denver. Nicole Joe, Isaiah Joe's mom. Happy Mother's Day. Of course, Eileen Mortel, Lou Dort's mom, who's here in the crowd today, and Sylvia Murray, Jamal's mom, had a chance to visit with some of them a little bit earlier. Shout out to Marjorie Jones, my mom, watching in Toronto, Canada, one of the NBA's biggest fans north of the border. 97 years old, got this game on right now, and another missed shot.
Denver sticking with that zone out of the timeout. Jokic in the middle, so a little harder to attack him.
Jokic on the wing, isolated. And draws the foul on Jalen Williams. He'll go to the free throw line for 2. That's the 2nd foul on Williams. Jay, what do you make of the defensive scheme that the Thunder are using against Denver in the half court? The last game, he was 8 of 25, Joker. The previous game, although mitigating circumstances, game 2, he was 6 of 16. What is Coach Daigneault doing?
Well, he's throwing bodies at him. And one of the great things about this Oklahoma City defense is the positioning of their help. They help and recover as well as any team in the NBA, probably the best of any team in the NBA. But in game 3, Isaiah Hartenstein took most of the minutes guarding Nikola Jokic and could play him physically, try to stay in front. And then he has, at times, Chet Holmgren with his length behind him to bother him around the basket. But really, it was the 3-point shooting by Jokic, which was the issue. He's 0 for 10 in that game.
Joe blocked by Brown. Mama loved that defense from her son. Williams with 2 on the clock. Williams.
Mama loved that defense from her son.
Game over the back. Well, Lisa Brown.
I thought they meant had
This defense by her son.
He's the best defender on the
he
perimeter.
had metal legs.
Doesn't get on the plate
Yeah, he tripping.
beautifully.
Nigga said I thought the nigga had metal legs.
So bony.
Christian Brown did a really good job.
Nigga said I thought the nigga had
Oh God, that's cool. It's like he had springs.
bionic leg.
He's played a ton of minutes in this
Right
one.
here, number 7. Look how small his legs.
Jokic knocks down the
Oh, it's Chet. Yeah, Chet's skinny as fuck.
And I'm like, I had to do that.
to
It's
secrecy.
like, hold on. I'm not
I'm about to
tripping.
reveal it.
Yeah, I'm
You haven't
tripping.
given it to her yet?
No, it is a heck of a present, though. Brown is doing a great job at both ends of the floor. 9 points as Jokic knocks down the second free throw. Denver countering on a 15-6 run right now. The lead is down to 6. The Thunder have stalled out a little bit offensively. That's going to be a foul, the 14th foul against Denver with 5:04 to go. That's going to be charged to Westbrook. That's his second personal foul.
Smart by Arkansas's Jalen Williams to set that little step-up screen. And one of the things you can do against his zone is screen it. You want to screen it, overload it, but you definitely have to move the ball and get some player movement, not just stand around.
Tried to screen Brown that time. Off the kick out, Williams with the lady catch. So Jalen Williams, despite that flurry of fouls, knocks down the jumper at the other end. Lead back up to 8. Jokic trying to walk Williams down. Kicks it out to Gordon. They repost it. Jokic off the mark again. A loose ball around by Gordon against Holmgren. Brown had a notion. 7 on the shot clock. Gordon slips the screen. Jokic out to the wing. Westbrook. That's their first 3 ball in 17 attempts. The Thunder a little bit stagnant here offensively. Wow, what drive by Williams. Right to the rim.
All it took was a ball reversal. Get the defense to move and then attack it.
OKC shooting 34% from the field. Westbrook being guarded by Wallace. Jokic. Gilgeous-Alexander showing help. Gordon on the cut. Trying to get to Westbrook. He bounced it out of bounds off of Holmgren. But Gordon's playing in traffic, trying to find Westbrook there.
Boy, that was a freight cut by Aaron Gordon from that left wing just to make himself available, get to the front of the rim.
Gordon with just 1 field goal so far. Jokic shoots an air ball.
SGA has to get more involved and be more aggressive on the offensive end.
SGA. Missed a short jumper. Brown on the move. Steps through. Got it. Timeout OKC. Christian Brown with his first basketball coach in attendance, showing appreciation for that dexterity to the rim. Back after this. Aggressive. After game 1, Jay, it has been a litany of aggression, a procession button of offensive struggles for the 3-time MVP. 6 for 16, 8 for 25, and an inauspicious beginning again here at 1 for 7.
Well, he struggled making shots, but he's doing everything else.
Yes.
And rebounding, defending at a good level. It's really pretty remarkable that Denver's in a 2-possession game right now with as poorly as they've shot the ball. But Oklahoma City's got to stop fouling on this. They're putting Denver on the free throw line. That's been the difference.
Dort for 3, that's short. It goes out of bounds off of Hartenstein's foot. So Denver can make it a 3-point game here. And miraculously, they are shooting just 18.8%.
They've
They
shot,
ever lead in this game.
yeah, they shot more threes than twos. 1 of 18 from 3. But the difference is they're getting the foul line. They've shot 18 free throws, made 50.
Jokic had an ocean. Out to Westbrook. Jokic off the elbow. Led the league in elbow touches and points from there this year, but missed 5.
And you can see the frustration. He just doesn't miss those shots very often.
Caruso open 3. He's got it. That's Caruso. One guy that lost him with a championship ring. Makes it an 8-point advantage. Both teams were 1 of 18 in 3 prior to that shot.
You know, that miss by Jokic was almost a little bit deflating. His teammates don't see him miss those shots. I think it affected them getting back, and they gave up a transition 3 as a result.
Dort all over Murray. He puts his chest on him. Murray with a tough shot. Forced it up at the expiration of the shot clock. SGA walks into the 3 and missed it. Gordon with the rebound. Under 2 minutes to go in the first half. Aaron Gordon, the improved 3-point shooter. And that is the fruition of the work that he's put in this year with Coach Stephen Graham. J-Dub left it short. Let's see how the Nuggets close these last 2 minutes. Westbrook for 3. Wow. It's almost tipped over the basket.
Let me search out if that goes in. Who's the closest Nugget to get credit for it?
Caruso open for 3. Got another one.
They just can't leave, even when there's 2 on the ball. You can't leave him that wide open. That was just you don't get that much time to shoot a shot and get the horse.
Gordon out top into Jokic. Off the flare. Gordon again from deep. That's way off. And rebounded by Hartenstein with under a minute to go. Gilgeous-Alexander with 12 points in the ball game, leading the way for the Thunder. Trying to bounce back and even this series of 2 games apiece. The reigning coach of the year, Coach Daigneault, calling out the play. He rejects the screen. Steps through. Got it. SGA on the G.O.P.
And Jokic looking at the official going, wait, what did I do? He ran into me. I was just standing there. But rejecting the ball screen, getting past Brown, I'm not sure about that one. Now, that is offense-initiated contact, and really not that much of a bump. It was just a chest to chest.
And that's going to be the second personal foul against Jokic with 37.1 to go here in the first half. Westbrook, Murray, Jokic, Brown on the floor for the Nuggets with Gordon. Gilgeous-Alexander at the free throw line. 85% during the regular season. Knocks that one down, and the lead is up to double digits. Jokic searching the foul, got it, and one. I think they're going to wave that off.
I think he was counting on getting the same kind of call on that end.
Yeah,
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander got on the other.
yeah. You can tell he was intentional.
Yeah, such a smart player.
They're going to wave off the basket. It's going to be 2 shots. Foul is against Hartenstein. And Jokic will get 2. Official Sean Wright waved it off. Jokic is 73% free throw shooter in the playoffs.
Oh, no, I'm more of a fan of that.
There's some go.
Like an N1.
You know, into his shooting motion.
You know, he's been left by
Man, fucking
that
sweets and
second
shit.
right. He's been a lot more demonstrative in the last several weeks, taking a little bit more equity in the team after the dismissal of Coach Michael Malone. Jokic has continued burgeoning leadership voice. Actually been quite the collective. 9-point lead. Holmgren, one more to the corner. Williams drives it. One more to Caruso. That's the hot guy. That one's short. 19.2 to go They can run it all the way down the Nuggets game. Hey, coming up, stay tuned for the Kia halftime with Malika Andrews, Stephen A. Smith, and Kendrick Perkins. They'll look ahead to tonight's game 4 between the Cavs and the Pacers, and we'll be talking about OKC's suffocating, stifling, impregnable defense against Denver.
Halftime's about 15 minutes, so that'll give the crew here a chance to repaint the rims.
A double coat there. Maybe a triple. Here's Murray against Dort. Navigates 2 screens on the pick and pop. Jokic on the flyby puts it up. Got it. With .1, and that'll do it for the first half. It's going to be a long 2, it looks like, as he took that extra step.
Maybe that'll give the Nuggets a little bit more juice going into the second half.
His first 3 in a couple of games. Pardon me. Oh, it looked like, oh, that's a close one. That's going to be a 3. Looks like he was behind the line, though. Put Williams on a flight. Got the basket. That's the end of the first half. The Kia halftime is next after these messages.
The NBA semifinals on ABC are delivered by Chipotle. Real ingredients, real flavor, Chipotle. For real. And it's brought by Miller Lite. With great taste and only 96 calories. It's Miller time.
Something about the way we're working just isn't working. When you're caught up in complex pay requirements, or distracted by scheduling staff in multiple time zones, or thinking about the complexity of working in Monterey while based in Montreal, you're not doing the work you're meant to do. But with HR, pay, time, talent, and analytics all in one global people platform, you can do the work you're meant to do. Something about the way we're working just isn't working. When you're caught up in complex pay requirements, or distracted by scheduling staff in multiple time zones, or thinking about the complexity of working in Monterey while based in Montreal, you're not doing the work you're meant to do. But with HR, pay, time, talent, and analytics all in one global people platform, you can do the work you're meant to do.
Who is Flying High, brought to you by Vivo Flying Insect Trap. It was really the OKC defense that was a trap here, Stephen A.
Well, listen, they've been all over Denver, but in the same breath, there have been open shots both teams have been missing. I thought this was supposed to be a basketball game. I didn't think this was a construction project where somebody was trying to build skyscrapers or something. That's how many bricks have been laid all over the damn place.
To your point, brick by brick, the Denver Nuggets here, they have 8 turnovers in the first half. They also have 8 made field goals. And somehow this is still a game. We'll get into it on the other side.
By the way, Brick, you notice how that's a good name?
Welcome to the Kia halftime.
It's time to check out our Kia halftime highlights here. Both of you challenged Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to be a little bit more aggressive. He has 15 points here in this first half.
Still missed a lot of games. Still had a lot of open shots that he missed, but nevertheless, compared to whatever else we've been watching, he looks like an all-world player.
Six free throw attempts. He's going to get to the line and get shot.
I thought Chet Holmgren made a pretty good point when he did his in-game interview with our George Sedano, and he said this is basically as close to a back-to-back as you get in the playoffs, considering they went into overtime, and now you have a quick turnaround for a day game. And yet, it is still a 6-point game here. It feels like everyone is scratching and clawing to find some.
Well, I think she's made one of the rare errors in her career. You call these highlights. There are no highlights. It's all lowlights. It's been horrible. It's a horrible brand of basketball that we've been witnessing in terms of shot making. Both teams are shooting 13% from three-point range. 3 of 22. Both teams. That's combined 6 for 44. I mean, just awful. Having said all of that, since both teams have looked awful, we have a competitive game by default, and that's what we have to look at right now.
And the championship experience for Oklahoma City, and Alex Caruso came up huge off the bench, 9 points. But I want to go to Jokic. He's still struggling. So So now he's trending on his third game in a row of struggling against this Thunder defense. And when you watch him, it's the physicality, it's the active hands, it's the multiple bodies, shortening different bodies, different coverages. And it reminds me a lot of, y'all remember, when Shaquille O'Neal was dominating the game and everybody was loading up around the league to get centers. That's right, to get centers at the position. And what I'm looking at is I'm looking at Coach Dagnall. He's using all these bodies, from Isaiah Hartenstein to Chet Holmgren at times to Jay Will. That's his name, Jay Will. Jay Dub is the starter.
Yeah, Arkansas Jay Will.
Off the bench. But then also on the defensive, on the other side of the ball, earlier when Denver was in man, they emphasized putting Jokic in the pick and roll. That's why Denver went to the zone, is to protect Jokic. So you see these shots being missed. It's a collective of things for Jokic.
Right.
It's almost fatigue kicking in because they're wearing on them on both sides of the floor.
So how can he get going? Because he didn't get a free throw line. That's kind of keeping him in this. And that's really, honestly, what's keeping the Denver Nuggets in this game. How can Jokic get going?
I think he just has to be a decoy to get others involved. Use the attention being drawn to him to feed a Jamal Murray, to feed an Aaron Gordon, to a lesser degree Michael Porter Jr., who had a big shooting game the last game out in game 3. Use yourself as a decoy. Get to the free throw line if you're going to keep the ball. And if you need your attention, kick it to somebody else because you just don't have it right now.
But the two-man game that you highlighted in our pregame show, Kirk, still on full display.
Definitely touch.
Nobody was there. It's still no nice. I'm still thankful he made it. That's how bad this first half was.
This halftime report is presented by Kia. Movement that inspires. Welcome back to the Kia halftime.
So is this headed towards another clutch time finish?
I believe it is, because neither team is making shots, which means that when one team does something, the other teams don't do it. It'll be close enough and come down to the wire.
The stage is set, which is SBA ready to advance question.
This halftime report is presented by Kia. Movement that inspires. This presentation of the NBA playoffs will continue after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Jason Tatum with filling in for Superman. Jason Tatum is rushing in as substitute Superman.
What? Get the fuck out of here. Fucking what the what? What the hell is
Saves the day, but why would Superman need a day off?
I think we just wanted to watch the playoffs.
Stay confident, keep firing. Okay, stand down. Go. Hey, stay with you right now. Stay in the game. All right, let's go. Let's go. Incredible effort down here, man. Incredible.
Sweets on the next floor?
Stay with it. Keep saying it. Don't get frustrated with great shots. Great shots are great too, team. Your team is all that matters. The shots will fall.
You're watching the NBA playoffs presented by Google. We're in Denver for Game 4 of the conference semifinals, delivered by Chipotle as we lose some of the cogent numbers from that first half of play. Neither team shooting the basketball well, both 3 of 22 from deep. Perhaps that trend goes in the other direction here in the third quarter. Mark Jones courtside along with Jay Billis, George Sedano joining us in just a bit. The one thing OKC's hung its hat on all year has been its defense. And the OKC defense in the first half was excellent. Great ball pressure. They were flying around. They had 2 on the ball at times on Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray. Really limited those 2. The one thing, though, that I think Oklahoma City needs to clean up in this second half, they got to stop fouling. They didn't give up 20 free throw attempts in that first half to Denver. The Nuggets hit 17 of those 20. That's what's keeping Denver in the game, but this is a big bucket in that by Nikola Jokic. Took Denver into the locker room on a high. And I think David Adelman and the Nuggets have to feel really good being only down 2 possessions after shooting 21% in that first half and only making 3 of 22 threes. So he has said that if we can just keep it close and then lead into our championship experience late in the game that could and should be enough. And off the turnover, here's Jokic. 11 points in that first half. Finally saw the lid come off from deep. Knocking down that three ball. Murray off the Porter screen. 7 on the shot clock. Jokic with the miss.
Even though Hartenstein got pushed off there a little bit, he just did a really nice job of staying in front of Jokic, making him make a tough shot.
That's been the story of the last 3 games in particular.
Yeah, the pickup point is high, so he's picking him up above the three-point line. He got pushed off a little bit, but still was able to put some late pressure on that shot. That's a shot that Jokic is normally going to make, or at least make a high percentage of. But everything has been difficult, especially in games 3 and 4 for Nikola Jokic. And it's not just been Hartenstein, it's been the entire team has shown him a lot of bodies and made it difficult. That's why Denver has to be really disciplined to keep the floor spaced so that he can make some plays with his passing.
Let's go to George for more.
Jonesy, Jay, I spoke to Denver assistant coach Ryan Saunders about adjustments, but before that, he handed me the box score and jokingly told me, send this one to Springfield, referring to the Basketball Hall of Fame. But then he told me, being down only 6, as Jay mentioned, that they were proud of how they played defensively in that half. They'd like to do a better job of rebounding, as you see the dunk there by Michael Porter Jr., but said they'd like to do a better job of rebounding to keep them from multiple shots on offense. He says they like the looks they got. They could do a better job screening. Has another dunk on the other end by Holmgren. They do a better job screening, he said, to get them even better looks, Jonesy.
Great stuff, George. You might want to take a blowtorch to that box score. 7-point lead after that great dunk by Holmgren from the dunker spot.
And one thing that Denver's been doing is they've been hanging in there, and their offense hasn't affected their defense.
Jokic with the 3, making a 4-point game. He's hit 2 of them now in this game. Jalen Williams on the bounce. Has it come off to Porter Jr.
Well, that's a tough one. Oklahoma City didn't even really make a pass there. Because there's the individual ISO, which they did a lot in the fourth quarter in game 3.
Murray gets to the rim and drew the foul. He'll get a couple of shots. Jamal Murray with 5 so far in the ballgame will shoot his 5th and 6th free throws.
You know, David Adelman's been telling his team, keep shooting. These are good shots. We're just not making them. And he told us before the game, you know, Jokic might have been 0 for 10 from 3 in game 3, but they were all good shots, and he knows he can make those.
Well, Tuesday night, ESPN's coverage of the Stanley Cup playoffs continues with game 4 of the Western Conference semifinal series between the Winnipeg Jets and Dallas Stars. That's Tuesday night, 8 p.m. on ESPN on the app. That series, of course, tied to the game apiece. Game 3 is tonight in Dallas.
Where would Denver be in this game without the foul line?
After that free throw, 19 of 22.
Over half their points are coming from the foul line.
Gilgeous Alexander, crowded, double teamed. The pass, Holmgren with the finish. That's 2 times in a row we've seen that action here in the third quarter.
It speaks to the playmaking ability in the middle of the floor of Isaiah Hartenstein. He can shoot that little push shot, or he can lob it up to Chet Holmgren.
Gordon off the elbow. Jokic with the show and go on Hartenstein.
Good recovery by Gordon on that pass out.
Jokic wheels baseline, couldn't finish. Good defense by Hartenstein again. There's Jalen Williams on the move, fouled, and he'll get to the strike.
Whenever Isaiah Hartenstein catches the ball in the middle of the floor, usually it's off some sort of short roll action, but he just throws it right up to the rim 2 times in a row. And here, it's not just Hartenstein's defense. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is there right under the bucket in the hole to really help. And that help, I think, distracted Jokic when he's trying to go to the other side of the rim.
Jalen Williams at the free throw line knocks down the first. They changed that previous Jokic 3 to a 2, which is why it's now 48-43. Williams knocks down both. Just underway here in the third quarter. Mark Jones, Jake Billis, George Sedano. Game 4 was conference semifinals with OKC trying to level up at 2 games apiece. Look at Luke Dort. Chase Murray around that screen. Here's Gordon on the DHO. Good switch. Brown with 6 on the shot clock. A pull. Christian Brown's jumper is wet today.
Well, he's got 14. Combined with his defense, he's having an excellent game.
Gilgeous-Alexander with a miss. Loose ball to Brown. Aaron Gordon calls out the play. Elbow. Jokic with the screen for Murray. He flips it. Jamal for 3. Yes. Time to bring the noise here at Ball Arena. Hartenstein back out to Williams. Kept it in the front court. Williams weaving through traffic. And Gordon clears, and a chance for Denver to take the lead. And that's going to be an offensive foul on Aaron Gordon. Much to the protestations of David Adelman, their head coach.
Just a little bit too much of a lean. But really nice job. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander doesn't have his hands up, and Brown made him pay for it. And then the terrific job by Jamal Murray of the screen, re-screen action out top, just rubbing off the defender. And he gets such great lift on that shot. He uses that move so effectively.
He and Jokic have wonderful chemistry. Gilgeous-Alexander against Brown. Denver showing a lot of it. 7 on the shot clock goes Tween. Sprays it out to Dort. Wide open 3, Butter. And OKC's lead back up to 4. Luke Dort and Jamal Murray spent the whole summer together playing for the Canadian national team. I asked Dort about their friendship. He said, Mark, I love Jamal, but they call it show business, not show friends. It's all about business during the series. Jokic trying to turn the corner. And that's a big body bends move right there. By the 3-time MVP to make it a 2-point contest.
What a combination of power and skill.
Dort misfires on this one. Denver can tie. Off the drag screen, Murray. Pocket pass, Jokic, one more. Brown for the lead. And Holmgren racing back the other way against Jokic. Had it knocked away. What a steal by the Joker. Brown, one more. Murray probes it. Gordon lines up the seams. Mr. Nugget clocks in.
ESPN Bet Sportsbook has you covered all playoffs long. Keep up with big-time matchups, get daily profit boosts, and tell exclusive picks from Stephen A. Smith. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Sign up with promo code HOOPS. Used in any form without the express written consent of the NBA.
Welcome back to the conference semis delivered by Chipotle. Denver in the midst of a nice run, taking their first lead, Jay.
Yeah, Nikola Jokic gets a screen that just bullies his way down with 2 feet inside the paint. And then Oklahoma City, 2 terrific closeouts on the left side, but they couldn't get to the third closeout after the Murray kickout. And remarkably, Denver has the lead in this game, shooting under 30% for the game. Remarkable.
A token, little bit of pressure by Murray on Gilgeous-Alexander. Let's see what the Thunder run coming out of the timeout. Caruso with some guard screening action. Williams touches paint. Had it partially blocked, it looked like, or left it short.
But Brown has done a really good job at contesting shots. All of those rear view mirror contests. He's done it multiple times in this game.
Murray trying to shake Dort. Around the Jokic screen, nice hezzy. Dort sticks with him and got part of the ball on the block. Murray retrieves it, double teamed and peeled clean. Gildas Alexander. Back out to Tort, one more to Williams. Wide open from deep, and that was way short. Hartenstein with the board, though. Williams cutting, but he didn't give it to him. The lob, broken up by Murray. And here's Jokic. Murray walks into the three and passes. Jokic fouled from behind by Hartenstein. Well, Oklahoma City trying to throw it up top and get a lot, but Murray just gets back from that low spot on the left and able to disrupt it with the right hand. Maybe a little bit of contact, but not enough to draw a foul. And disruptive is what Denver's defense has been. They've really packed the paint, made it difficult for Oklahoma City to get any kind of drive in there with just active hands, deflections, knocking it away. Tell you what, you look at Jamal Murray just a moment ago. He was grabbing his shorts, and if you play basketball at any kind of high level, you know that that's when a guy's gassed. He's grabbing his shorts and played well into the 44, 43 minutes. The previous game, which went overtime. Told me a couple of days ago he's playing at a lighter weight during these playoffs. It's giving him more endurance and strength. And he's going to need every ounce. His team with possession off the turnover. KC has given it away 11 times. Jokic off the elbow. Cross-court Porter Jr. And rebounded by Williams. And Michael Porter Jr. has struggled shooting it in this one. He was so sharp and got off to such a great start in Game 3. Game 4 has been much different. Skip pass into the corner, Dort for three. And it comes off to Porter Jr. We are now 4 of 26 from deep. Murray for three. That one falls. Jamal Murray says it's all good. Their biggest lead of the ball game at 6 on a 10-0 run. So good at using these screens by Nikola Jokic. You go underneath, he just pulls up and drains it. Well, tomorrow night on ESPN, NBA Countdown tips off at 6:30 Eastern, followed by this year's draft lottery. Then it's Game 4 of the Eastern Conference semifinal between the Celtics and Knicks at 7:30, followed by Game 4 of the Western semifinal between the Timberwolves and Warriors at 10 p.m. Let's go to George. What do you have for us, Sedano?
Jonesy J, I was behind the OKC bench during that timeout huddle. Alex Caruso informing his teammates to defend. He said, guys, we got a guard. We can turn them over and get back in this. Then Mark Daigneault came, and he said, guys, it's only a 6-point game. No matter how we got here, as they cut it to 3 there on a 3, he said, no matter how we got here, it's just a 6-point game. We got to trust our stuff, Jonesy.
Yeah, it was interesting to hear George and Jay, Coach Daigneault say, I had to remind the guys who they were during our off day. Murray from the elbow, halfway down and out. Gildas Alexander will bring it up. A quiet second half for him so far was 16. They run 2 at him. He gets off of it. Here's Wallace. And picked off. Brown jumping the passing lane with the steal. And he has been ubiquitous tonight, all over the court for Denver. I know it sounds elementary, but Mason Wallace needed to come to a 2-footed jump stop there. Went off 2 feet on that. Threw the ball away, no reason for it. There he commits a foul, Jay, on the other end on Gordon. Now we're going to go against Wallace. That's the 13th foul against the Thunder. Denver with 2. Mentioned Brown and being omnipresent. He's got 3 steals. Jokic. As Wiggins switch on to him. Westbrook for 3. Comes off to the Thunder. Wallace controls. That's going to be a foul on Joker, who likes to raise his palm skyward. That's going to be his 3rd. Unless he saw an opportunity to pounce on the loose ball. Give credit
to Alex Caruso on that last play, just keeping the ball alive. Couldn't grab it, kept it alive so that OKC could grab that defensive board.
Caruso for three, that's off. Wiggins hustling, kept it in play almost. So the shooting misery continues from deep for the Thunder. They're just 5 of 28.
Well, you're not going to get Denver out of this zone unless you shoot them out of that. And thus far, Oklahoma City hadn't been able to do that. They're 20 of 60 for the game, 33%.
Westbrook. Murray rejects the screen. Here's Jokic pulls the three ball. A little bit strong. Murray with a rebound. Another possession for the Nuggets. That's going to be a foul against Williams.
Referee was signaling an offensive foul because that's what an offensive player usually would do and get in low post position. But that was done defensively.
Foul's going to go against Williams. That's the 14th foul. Little inverted pick and roll there. Murray and Joker, and Brown gets it back to Jokic. Here's another three. That one fewer.
Once he gets that ball over his head, it's basically unblockable, but he also plays on the floor so he can shot fake and drive it.
The Thunder said they wanted to face Denver. Wallace laces the three from the corner. They said they wanted Denver because they think the Nuggets will alchemize the best in them. Well, it needs to come out now. They're in danger of going down 3-1 in the series. Murray out top. A whistle and a foul as Jokic again ends up on the court. Foul's going to go against Cason Wallace, his third.
Because Nikola Jokic plays on the floor, you know, he can rise up. That could be a shot fake or a shot. That ball winds up behind his head. It's just near impossible to block and really difficult to get a lot of pressure on by the time he releases it.
Who had a spike in his three-point shooting during the regular season this year, was amongst the league leaders. Jokic knocks down the first free throw in the playoff, shooting 73% from the stripe. A couple of subs coming into the ball game.
available to you building excellent attention to detail. This is an outstanding yeah.
Leave it on up.
Look at that.
You guys have dominated at the free throw line. What's going
Caruso. Around the Jokic screen, Brown for three. Loose ball, and another 50-50 comes out to the Thunder. And another time, Alex Caruso knocks it away from Jokic so that a teammate can grab it. He's always around the ball. Gilgeous Alexander got to his spot and draws the foul for two. He'll get two shots.
Well, we talked about Alex Caruso being a screener up against the top. Sets basically a little ball screen, then it pops out to the three-point line. And when Westbrook closes out, just hits Wallace on the right side. And then watch him tip the ball away from Nikola Jokic here. He wasn't trying to grab it. He's trying to keep Jokic from getting it to get that easy stick back.
A smart play by the veteran.
Yeah, he's not the same player. I'm not suggesting he's even close to a Hall of Famer, but he's got some Ginobili qualities the way he plays.
31 years old, one of the senior player on the roster. 31 is really too young to be called an uncle or OG by your teammates. I don't care what anybody says.
I'm sure some of his young teammates thought he played in Seattle for the Sonics first.
Off the Gilgeous Alexander miss. Here's Gordon. Denver has the luxury of having Gordon handle a lot. Sets the screen for Jokic. Cross-court Murray. Couple of jabs. Wallace stays right there. Good help in rotation by the Thunder. And they get the miss and the loose ball rebound.
And who was right there on the catch? Caruso.
Wallace smoked the layup, everything but the bucket. Caruso with the steal and the foul. Boy, Alex Caruso again defensively with a larcenous play. Stole it away again. That's the fourth foul on Westbrook.
Watch how he makes a stand here in transition outside the three-point line. I mean, that's incredible. Wow. To knock that ball away from an excellent handler and Jamal Murray on the move. And it's a spectacular defense in the open floor by Alex Caruso. He's been everywhere. Who's an impressive answer by Oklahoma City? Things are going Denver's way.
They're in the middle of a 10-0 run right now, Jay. Here's Holmgren. Caruso on the baseline for three. Comes off the Westbrook check. Caruso got it back. Looks like Tony Brothers is indicating a foul against Denver. It's going to go against Aaron Gordon. And that'll be his second personal foul, and they're in the penalty now. They'll be shooting the rest of the way, the Thunder will. Caruso at the free throw line for OKC.
Oklahoma City gets a lot of offensive rebounds. He just couldn't see the foul there on that dump off.
One beyond. Caruso had 7 points in game 3 on 2 of 9 shooting.
It didn't look like Caruso wanted that foul called when it was called. You have no jeez. Because he gives it to a teammate right in front of the rim. That was probably an easy 2.
Sam Presti, the general manager, signed him to a 4-year, $81 million extension back on December the 22nd, part of the future moving forward. And he was a prototypical type of OKC player. He fits the blueprint. Selflessness and guys that are really over themselves. Off the miss, the margin is at 4. Murray into the front court.
Wallace has done a really nice job on him defending it.
Gave him a little bit of space, and Murray is lethal when he has a sliver of daylight. That snaps an 11-0 run.
Well, once Jalen Williams comes off that screen to help, he's got to stay with him. You can't back off.
sprays it out to Caruso. Inside, went to Holmgren. From behind. What a play by Aaron Gordon. Gordon on the move. Lost it out of bounds. It'll stay Nuggets basketball. Cason Wallace knocked that away from behind with the right hand. But Chet Holmgren, what a difficult pass to get through, but it did. Went right through the fingertips of Wallace, but a fantastic block from behind. The pin against the backboard by Aaron Gordon.
Here's Jokic at the nail against Williams. Williams on Murray, and now out to Jokic. Whistle and a foul. I'm not sure who that's on. But Tony Brothers blows the whistle. That's the second team foul against OKC in the period.
Jamal Murray's so good at getting separation. Gets picked off a little bit. Cason Wallace on that ball screen, then a little step back jumper where he gets great rise. And then Jalen Williams helps off a little bit, but doesn't stay with him. And you've got to stay with him. I mean, I know it's difficult when he's backing up like that for a big guy to get out to him, but you got to give Cason Wallace a little more opportunity to recover so he doesn't pull the trigger on that shot.
Yesterday, on an optional practice day, Jamal spent a couple of hours working out with his first ever basketball coach, his father, Roger Murray. He's in town with his lovely bride, Sylvia. And Roger was emphasizing balance and a good high release point for Jamal, which kind of his triggers. Nobody knows him better. Loving and doting, supportive dad is always on his hip. Gilgeous-Alexander at the top of the lane. Almost lost it, and that's going to be a foul against Westbrook, putting Gilgeous-Alexander on the free throw line. They're shooting the rest of the way. That's the fifth on Westbrook. He's a big part of their bench.
I thought Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was going to drive the middle to try to make two play one, but instead tried to drive to his left, and Brown did a pretty good job. They just fouled him after he lost the ball.
Knocks down his 8th free throw of the game. It was 8 of 11. Westbrook in 26 minutes, 6 points to 5 fouls.
He's been really good in the playoffs. Russell Westbrook, he's averaging over 14 a game. That's second off the bench in the playoffs. Mike Jerome of Cleveland, just a tip more than 14 points to be the top bench scorer in the playoffs thus far.
Murray pocket pass to Jokic. Hartenstein stays with him, sitting on his right hand. Oh, it did a victory lap, and then finally fell.
And he also got fouled. That should have been held.
Williams back the other way. Holmgren inside Caruso with a nice cut. Through traffic, couldn't get it. Denver can take the lead. Murray, one more, Westbrook for the lead. And he missed everything. Off between, Gilgeous-Alexander raises up and got an auspicious bounce for the bucket. The lead is up to 3. A couple of teams that arguably right now you could say are a little bit fatigued, but this ain't the time for that, Jay.
Jokic with the back down, already got fouled there, but still that magnificent touch, getting it to roll around the rim and go in. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with the crossover, using his body so well, and he gets the roll.
Interesting trends when you parse the numbers between these two teams, including the regular season and playoffs. In close games, 6.5 points or fewer, Denver wins. The OKC victories have been marked by blowouts, but here's the catch. The Thunder have only played in 24 clutch games this season. That's the fewest in the NBA. And right now, folks, we are officially in clutch time with the margin 5 points or fewer with less than 5 minutes to go. And the Thunder, out of the timeout, force a 5-second violation.
Boy, that's big time. Not to let Denver even inbound the ball. Alex Caruso taking that pass away, but everybody, that's a big mistake from Denver to start after that timeout.
Gildas Alexander with the midi. Knocks it home. The lead is back up to 5 under 4.5 to go.
And Oklahoma City's been really good in this fourth quarter. Denver has not made a 3 in the fourth. They're 0 for 7.
There's Jokic, guarded by Hartenstein. Wheels to his left. Tough shot off the mark. And that's going to be a foul on the push-up. No argument that time from Jokic. That's going to be his 4th personal foul, and that sends OKC on the procession back to the free throw line. They're really sitting on his right hands.
And give Hartenstein credit here. Not only did he contest that shot, but he turned around and rebounded. That is not easy to do when you're contesting really one of the great players of all time, Nikola Jokic.
No question. Jokic tonight, 6 of 19 from the field. Hartenstein knocks down the first free throw. Meanwhile, our other MVP candidate, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 7 of 15 from the field.
Oklahoma City done a great job of showing bodies to Nikola Jokic. Where they're shrinking the floor, and still they have the tenacity and really the speed to get back out to shooters if he passes it out. There's that split action.
Murray over to Brown, 10 on the shot clock. Murray gets it back. Around the Jokic screen, Caruso sticks with him. Jamal with the lay. Murray's up to 17. Marching back to 4. Good screen by Caruso on the top man of the zone. Williams, no good. Jokic with the board. Trying to walk down Hartenstein. Inside Gordon. They almost turned it over. Jokic got it back. And that's going to be a foul. He'll go to the free throw line for a couple of shots. That foul is going to go against Caruso, his 3rd. That's the 3rd team foul.
But Caruso almost came up with that ball, but Jokic just pulling his way in, surrounded by 3 Oklahoma City Thunder defenders. But it was Jokic that came away with essentially that offensive rebound.
We're going to have an OKC challenge on the foul on Caruso. I think Caruso felt that he was pushed first.
Caruso, the play has been challenged by Oklahoma City.
Here's the call that's being challenged by the Thunder. Jokic uses that left arm to discard Caruso. And remember, with the addendum to the rule book this year, officials have the benefit of the approximate foul call. And there's the foul on Caruso that was actually called.
Yeah, there are 2 things. One, it's the approximate foul will take it that far back when that wasn't exactly part of that action on the Caruso foul. But the other thing, they just call that incidental contact or marginal contact. And it looked like a push-off because Caruso had a great opportunity to get the ball.
Tony Brothers and Sean White at the monitor. There's another look from a different angle. Caruso had that left hand on Jokic's hip.
Well, that was a foul. The question is this.
That part,
I don't think he can claim that, he didn't have a hand on him.
After review, there's contact with the hand with the push, also contact to the knee on the play. Therefore, the challenge is unsuccessful. There will be 2 shots for Jokic plus possession of the ball. Oklahoma City will lose their timeout and the ability to challenge the rest of the game.
Tony Brothers with the decision. Jokic to the free throw line. No more challenges remaining for the Thunder. Denver has said if they can just keep this game close, they can lean into their championship bloodlines and lineage to pull out close games.
And maybe the most impressive thing, Jonesy, has been, despite the shooting woes for Denver, especially in the first half, they didn't really let it affect their defense.
That's a great point, Judge. Great point. Really took control of this team in the last days of the NBA's regular season after Michael Malone was dismissed as Jokic goes 0 for 2. Wow. Inside Denver zone, Williams touches paint with the layup. He lacerates the lane to make it a 6-point game.
Took the ball from the right to the left side, and then Williams basically caught that on the run and drove that gap with force.
Here's Murray around the Jokic screen, being hounded by Caruso. Off the pick and pop action. Good closeout by Williams, where he got a foul on the ground. That's going to be the 14th foul against the Thunder. It'll be sideline out of bounds.
Hartenstein comes up to set a screen and then flips it, but Gilgeous-Alexander just kicks it to the left side, and then it's the force that Jalen Williams drove that was really made the play in that gap.
He's got 4 points this afternoon. Take the PHL. Jokic with the 3. Reaches out to Gordon on the offensive glass. But a whistle and a foul underneath.
Guess who? Basically out of that dunker spot. The one thing that's probably underappreciated about Aaron Gordon is just how big and strong he is. I mean, he is a substantial presence. Yeah, just an amazing athlete. And he's doing all this even after that calf injury. What, he missed 31 games?
Sure did, and still has bounce, though. You know, he's playing the entire season pretty much, folks, with a very heavy heart. He lost his brother, Drew, in a car accident over the summer. And he has leaned into his family, in particular his 2 nephews, Zane and Brody, his sister-in-law, and really embraced them and commemorated his play this season, dedicating it to his brother, his late brother. Gilgeous-Alexander to the rim, and the layup.
What the hell?
The lead is up to 7 as we approach 2 minutes to go.
More of a man look. They really were able to take Nikola Jokic away from the rim, get him out top so that SGA could drive him.
Murray around the screen. Hartenstein switched onto him, got him caught up. Brown the 3 ball. This one comes off the Holmgren. Under 2 minutes to go. Jalen Williams will walk it across for the Thunder. Trying to even a series at 2 games apiece. The youngest team in the NBA trying to matriculate. Caruso with another opportunity back to Gilgeous-Alexander. 7 on the shot clock.
That huge offensive rebound by Holmgren.
Step back 3. Rebounded by Porter Jr. Gordon on the cross. Jokic with the finish. Off the great feed from Gordon.
But how about that play by Aaron Gordon? Just went right into the chest of Chet Holmgren.
Jalen Williams over to Gilgeous-Alexander. Rejects the screen, goes in Jokic. Kicked out of bounds. Who's that off? That's Offie. The Thunder. And the door is still open.
Well, right off SGA's left leg.
Caruso with a little full court pressure on Murray, making him work. 5-point lead for the Thunder. Murray out top, around the Jokic screen. Hartenstein switches on to him. They got a mismatch. Murray inside, good catch. Porter Jr. Oh, and it comes out.
Well, he made such a great cut there. And got great rise off that jumper.
44 seconds to go for Gilgeous-Alexander out top. But looking to blitz him, he beats the double team on that Nash dribble, probes and comes out. 5 on the shot clock, gotta get to work. Pivots and pulls. And Jokic with the rebound with 28.1 to play. They did burn a lot of clock on that possession. On ESPN, NBA Countdown tips off at 6:30 Eastern, followed by this year's NBA Draft Lottery. Then it's Game 4, the Eastern Conference semifinal between the Celtics and Knicks at 7:30 Eastern, followed by Game 4 of the Western semifinal between the Timberwolves and Warriors. That series also at 2-1 in favor of Minnesota. Sideline out of bounds. Jokic will inbound. You have the junior Gordon, Murray, and Brown on the floor. You have to expect that ultimately they want to go two-man game. Murray, that's the three. Aim it short. And they got Jokic and Murray in that two-man game, and Murray got a good look, but didn't have the same kind of lift on that shot that he's had earlier in the game. Well, he's played 38 minutes, and that's going to be a foul. Oh no, timeout first by Coach Dave Nault, last year's winner of Coach of the Year. We'll be back for the final 21 seconds in a minute. Look at the numbers today on Jamal Murray. 48 minutes, less than 36 hours ago. And then today, heavy minutes as well, as is the case with Nikola Jokic. Playing 42 minutes today. And both those guys are doing heavy lifting. There's no possessions off. Yeah, it's basically been a six-man rotation for Denver in this game. Williams on the inbound play. Fouled on the shot. Either way, he'll get two. They're in the penalty. With 20 seconds to go, the Thunder on the cusp of being able to close this one out as Westbrook fouls out of the ballgame. There are so many people, an unusual, inordinate amount of people that doubt this 68-win team in the regular season, Jay. And what do you think it means for them to squeeze out, should they, hang on, a win against this or playing these types of games?
Yeah, I think it's another confidence builder. But for Mark Daigneault, his staff, and his team, in a game that was not pretty, and one that, you know, you could fold up. When Denver came back, took the lead after playing so partially, shooting the ball so poorly in the first half. You know, a young team that could shake you a little bit. But this young Thunder team responded in a really positive way, especially in the fourth quarter. They've been excellent in the fourth quarter at both ends of the floor.
Said yesterday, experience is a cruel teacher. It gives you the test first and the lesson afterwards. And it looks like OKC has certainly learned a lesson with a 7-point lead, 20 seconds to go, but class is not let out yet. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander leading the way with 23 points on a very efficient 7 of 15 from the field.
Much more resolute in this game than in game 3 to get to his spots and get what he wants.
Got to the free throw line, much more efficient.
Rebounds, 5 assists to go with those 23 points. He didn't knock down any of his three-pointers, but has had a strong fourth quarter. His leadership and defense have been a big part of Oklahoma City, outpacing Denver in the fourth period.
He left the court in defeat a couple of nights ago with a big smile on his face. Gilgeous-Alexander did. He said, I never want my opponents or their fans.
He said what? You got a threatening call from the coach.
He promised that he would be better today, and he has been.
I was hearing Mark Daigneault saying, you know, he's in the driver's seat of his own development. A lot of time the coach is in the driver's seat, has to help the player get into the driver's seat, but SGA's always been in it.
Boy, this denied defense, impenetrable. Caruso commits the foul, though.
trying not to foul.
Remember game one, folks. It is.
Turkey doing? Score points. stop fucking with me.
Underdog. Make picks, win money.
That boy can't be doing all that.
Ingredients.
Hey, about to get another. Charlotte Reeves, huh? My little brother commented on this shit.
Where's this from?
Let's see. $50 for 97.
The truth about DIY is you never really do it all by yourself.
Use the setup, took 2 videos, and a quick demo. You can change your color here.
And this pizza wasn't delivery. This was. But what if I put it out?
Yeah. So what are you working on?
You turn spray? Hey, you turn spray.
Anthony Edwards, practice. You want a refreshing drink, obey your thirst. And I tried to tell him, man. Oh, I know. Spray, obey your thirst.
Financial system update.
Positive. Positive. Throwing up. Huh? Scratching. Ah. Thank you, security. Weeks.
was time with it.
service elevator. What? Try it. This is terrifying, fucking tight. That shit's good. Next one. Next.
Someone's a flirt. Oof.
Just Indian shows when they say bomb.
Boys love it.
Spectacular day in the Bay Area for incredible field improvements. San Francisco closer it's up to the Western Conference Finals. Looking to go up 2-1. Star Steph Curry. Jimmy Butler must fill the scoring void. The Pistons in this situation throughout his career. It's a very typical Wolves team. JB, but the Warriors fans take advantage because his best game with the Warriors was in the play-in game. They shouldn't be in this situation without him.
We know the success always goes on to Jimmy Butler tonight, but the numbers back that up. In the playoffs, he has been solid, at times very good. He's been sensational in that playoff game, the one that you're referencing. And I think the reason we put that up there, it might take that kind of performance out of Jimmy Butler in this game against a very good Minnesota defense. Jimmy Butler knows he can't just pick his spots and miss them. He's got to get out of this. With numbers on the board, rushing his game, Rush is going to be there to help. Good more on that.
Jimmy Butler is really, he's spot the things we're going to do in street. Steve Kerr says everything has to be thrown out the window. That's why he played 14 shots into searching for attention. Now, he said despite the loss, they learned a lot about who to play with and when. Steve needs to start to get more runs tonight. Their energy and their athleticism make a difference. But it isn't all about Jimmy Butler. He's got to give up somewhere.
Arcade on the other side. Minnesota survived a scare at this point. It's not an injury report. He's good to go on. His numbers on his body in this series is a lot of
You feel like the Rangers team to go off. He's no longer run once in the postseason. He's very good number. He's good numbers. That's where he's come back to the back.
Inside every bottle of cologne. It's just a squeeze of water. The beach is always closer.
Stuff for was this video? You almost stuck. And then to the hand, you can hold on to it. You got to cut out so the color. This is the biggest game of our career. So you can remember. Sorry, sorry, First and 3.
God just leave my dick to you. You don't even be knowing. I be like, go through that one. I just, I be leaving my dick to you. You do whatever you want to do. It's there. Whatever you want to do. I'm pretty sure it's gonna do what you want it to do. It got nothing to do with it. It's here for you. Baby girl. You talking about I be turning you on. You have me turned on. Fucker. Position was pass. There they call. Oh, need him. Oh, my bad. So basically, I need to send this shit down. Yeah, my movie theater got no traffic to it. I'm gonna drop it to I messed up so much money for this price for the movie. I gotta wait till I see him. I didn't leave my calendar out here big so I can see when I gotta do my things that happen in February. Outside. I'll just do. funny.
It's been the issue when the Warriors have struggled last season.
See, look, it's going down already.
Sometimes those guys will flush that shot. Patience on that shot. Anthony Edwards to get to the other side. And then a big shot missed by Golden State has Minnesota operating the game. A whistle. Ringo has it back in the Warriors. All three of Golden State's points have come in the late. Minnesota's got 2 3-pointers. Edwards off to a good start, has the 3-point shot, and then beautiful job for the other side.
You drink and over your face. I tried to tell him like, oh.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like getting big man. You need protection. Yes.
Opening lots of fast, baby.
Just so long.
That's why you need it real.
Man, I'm gonna let it strap me down one day. See, I'm gonna let it strap me down one day. Sorry.
So far, off to a little bit of a slow start here. The first 5 minutes of the game, 1-5. Minnesota, they don't really take some time for this group to gel. It's very good. 20 years, and they did a huge trade. It took several months for that group to kind of figure it out. What that is to go to a new organization, new personalities to gel with, but more importantly, his for Julius Randle as Golden State turns it over.
Dang, I got it paused.
Shown on that possession, but there was so much there was a massive for Mike Conley, who just took advantage of it. Way too easy to catch it. And you saw a lot of that exact action from Rudy Gobert in the last series against the Lakers and today in this series as we take a look at Draymond Green setting the foul, Julius Randle starting to DiVincenzo was able to wrap up the lead, getting really good for
gotta look my bag. I gotta add up some weed. Bitch ass nigga. Look, he's back. Yeah. Alright, man. Like I said, found that shit, nigga.
It's a lost opportunity. And Rudy Gobert, 67% during the regular season. He's much improved over the course of his career as a foul shooter. You mentioned this earlier. Gobert dominated Game 5 for the against the Lakers with a smaller lineup. The Warriors go up with those smaller A little pull-up jumper. season. 2013. Obviously, no step tonight. This is the second straight game of the hamstring injuries.
Some of that is personnel related. Has extended out all the Warriors seniors. If you see another example there,
Field over so far in this game. Field, who was pretty much known as a numbers guy, let's see who comes
What the hell are those? Those look like the monsters. No, they just said it's good.
Yeah, I mentioned what a great job Golden State has done in the last 2 games in Minnesota. That has not happened here tonight. Minnesota far more aggressive, attacking the offensive drive. We have given them a couple of offensive opportunities off the glass, but they're not really keeping their Golden State. This is three consecutive threes for Minnesota. Now, for Johnson to meet there and one big hit below his waist. Now beat up. Look at this. Soros to the rim. 4 of 4 for the quarter. 10 points. His first 10 shots. Smart was here. Very difficult matchup. He's got great footwork, great strength. He's going to drive here against Moses when he picks it up. Doesn't panic. Very patient. So now it's just a matter of stepping through. If you're bigger than the defender, you get that. 11-6 the other night.
Fuck.
He is out for at least the next 2 games. He'll be reevaluated. points for the starting guards. But what are they doing on the perimeter to suffocate the Warriors? Well, there's only one player out there that can pick off the dribble, so they're just extending that. And in the course of some of these positions on the floor, the difference is obviously when Steph's out there, what he does for this work. No player I think has ever played this league has created more opportunity by his mere presence. He occupies the floor, sometimes even on the left side of the floor, creates a lot of space on the weak side. That space has been taken away by Minnesota. Turnover by the Warriors. Edwards hasn't taken a shot yet in the second quarter. Well, Minnesota's turning it over as well. That's 8 now for the Wolves. Wait for it in the second quarter. It's a 2-point lead for Minnesota, and it goes up to 1 receivers. Majestic puts it on the floor, raises it, draws the foul, and with that draw, he shoots it.
but they have 15 baskets, and 14 of those have come in the paint.
And like I said before, I don't think anybody's even stepping into these perimeter shots with confidence. Minnesota is responsible for some of that, but some of it is just mentally anticipating. On the Daniels, Butler tries, floats it up, no, got it around, and Butler saves it underneath. Goes right at Gobert. Boy, a lot of contact. No whistle. Edwards in transition. Said yes, it is. But Edwards will have 2 free throws. He has not scored yet here in the second This is so smart on the part of Jimmy Butler. If he keeps going to that direction he was running, when he steps through, actually, he used the defender on his hip. To get into the launching pad. So smart by Jimmy Butler to earn 2 free throws.
And now you got Gobert, DiVincenzo, with 3 fouls apiece. Gobert staying in the game, the other 2 are on the bench. Time is coming up with Malik
It's fascinating the Warriors are up to. I mean, this is the game they want to play. They're not really shooting. They're putting down a lot of three-point shots. Obviously, they're missing the best three-point shooter in history of the NBA. But Butler's, this is a game that the Warriors, they're got to be going to halftime feeling good about that. If they're going to win the game, it's going to be this way. But you can't, you got to get some threes. And Minnesota just got making some like that.
Golden State's Robin showed up. Minnesota's Batman did not. Anthony Edwards does not look good. But collectively, the Minnesota Timberwolves have been an offensive atrocity in the first half. Think about this if you're a Minnesota Timberwolves fan, or if you're the organization. How in the hell are you trailing without Steph Curry on the court and without the Golden State Warriors hitting a single three-pointer in the first half in today's brand of basketball? That's a Minnesota team that didn't come ready to play. We'll hope that it changes in the second half.
Especially because I think this style of play of the team
Maybe he didn't earn himself some money.
it means towards the Golden State Warriors. Yes, Camille certainly translated here. It's all comes out the bench.
The check.
This halftime report is presented by Inspires. Back to the Kia halftime.
Jimmy Butler, that's leading all scorers with 18 points. Can he take the Warriors to the finish line there, Stephen A?
Without Steph Curry.
This has certainly been a heavyweight bout. Second half of this.
This halftime report is presented by Kia. Movement that inspires.
mistake there.
That's crazy.
Timberwolves have made the conference semis in consecutive years. The first run over the Lakers, which is their series lead, their expansion team 35 years ago. Lost to Dallas in the conference finals. This is out the conference finals. This is
watching a lot of things with the younger guys, when Gobert got to the top, don't put Draymond Little. I think first, what I see is Draymond just bull rushing him, as you can see now in the replay, bull rushing Gobert, pushing him backwards. Does Gobert push it in afterwards? So it's 2 points to finish, I think the challenge would have been overtime.
started.
Colin Conlon was his second. Warriors were second. He's in the act of shooting, but they're not going to get that ball. It's not out of bounds.
This is just Draymond Green showing you what he is capable of. Look at the lateral move. He always has one hand up, even while he's sliding his feet, and then Jimmy Butler in that one-on-one situation. Butler, Rudy Gobert was on the weak side. He was leaning out to the perimeter. By the time he turned his head back around, Jimmy Butler was running so it's a smaller lineup, and instead of to ignite the team when he came in the first quarter. Starts it off at 6. It's falling. I think Golden State was a set out of bounds, reaching behind, which is shooting. They're arguing about it. The Edwards, you do wonder about the ankle. Remember, he's working into it. Also in the first round, he has not looked like himself. He always plays through injury. He still has his
Stay off of.
this is a human quote in 2025. I understand why it's not headline. It's a little sending our best archaeologists, scientists, whatever the fuck that be exploring stuff like this, to Colombia right this second, all across the world. This is supposed to be like some vast treasure investigations type shit. It's supposed to be to this in mysterious spaces. And so far, this is the scientists have to this in mysterious spaces. And so far, this is the scientists have discovered. How was manufactured appears to be an object intentionally built to house these small metallic components internally. Inside this little sphere here, there's more metallic components. Like, this was intentionally designed. Then we know how to do it. And you're telling me that we're not living in a sci-fi movie? I see it on CNN and Project. Wow. Let's go check it out. Oh, I know about this. This right here, the entire world in 1970. Now it's still we found this designs on it that we don't even understand. Now we got it. Stuff right. Yeah, this is the ground. X-rays. This is the big ground. Like the circular area has more dots inside it. Whereas in the interior has other small metallic spheres. What does it do? We don't even know how this shit works. What is this? Metallic chip. They're like, yeah, this looks like it's in.
Made that opportunity much more difficult.
This looks like it's handmade and designed. By whose fucking hands? What makes things even more Mephistophelian? Yeah, that's right. We pour water on it, it just starts slow. Then we touch the sphere, it's still cold. What the fuck science is that? I don't know. It's hard for me to sit there and be like, oh yeah, this is a government creation by why would the US or China or Russia, maybe, I'm doubting Colombia's capability, but they said this unidentified flying object is just float around and go do some searching. And it's doing maneuvers that are not possible, and there's no engine. And we don't understand how it was even put together. Do you understand how fucking mind-blowing that is to be in 2025? Our greatest minds have no idea how this works. Look at the hieroglyphics on this shit. What are they saying? What's the message? What they said, we on the way, we about to blow y'all niggas up. Thanks for catching this shit. Or they're saying, hey, we have an answer to world peace where you guys fucked up and went wrong. I mean, I need our world invested on this shit yesterday. You understand what I'm saying? The US, let's take a couple billion from our $1 trillion military budget and put it towards figuring out what this is. Because clearly, if it is man-made, they don't figure some shit out, and I would like to know.
See it deflect off Pachevsky and on the telephone. Out of challenges. Chris Finch just challenges the hard to tell from that angle if it hits the back of the net. Let's see here.
Oh, nigga, that look like a duck or something, nigga. What the fuck be wrong with you?
But Chris Finch was pretty certain that he did not because he called it immediately. And Anthony Edwards was, in fact, immediately when he saw that that ball was not going to be theirs, telling that bench to take the challenge. He's still looking at this thing. You can tell that one shot that the chest is just like it's
about how my Mother's Day started. Now, I'm going to tell you about it. I'm going to show you. I'm going to tell you about how my Mother's Day is going to be. First of all, we got Let's Spin, because Let's Spin just came out and it's keeping track size. It's just it's making more friends. I'm trying to look into the rest of it. Just need to remind y'all again, everyone who is ginger, who has red hair, those are black people. All gingers are black people. If they have red hair, they are black. You see a white man with red hair, that's a black man. You see a white woman with red
frozen reaches of Antarctica's Ross Ice Shelf, where one of the continent's most resilient cold climate species continues to thrive, the woolly snake, Serpentis limigerus. Long known to researchers and native to this snowy biome, the woolly snake
Boston comes off the shoulder.
To say that someone that's been in their house for 35 years just has to keep ponying up money, that that is not, you don't know your home if that's the case. So yes, of course, I'd like to see people be able to go. Thank you, appreciate it. Let's go with that shit. Just get your
and there's no way you got to take revenge. What the plan is to show you that I understand.
Nothing like we've seen tonight. Without step Minnesota. 11 of 25 on the floor. Randall has 24. Edwards got the three. Anthony Edwards with 4. Edwards, 23 points in. 14 from the floor.
One experience you have to try. It's called the guided ion enrichment pump. For just 1,200 bags, about $60, you can literally walk side by side with these majestic speakers. And guess what? It's mostly have our star drive around the airports in Johannesburg. This list is called the Jula Project Game Reserve.
The Animal Kingdom, there is a horse named Tom.
Hey guys, next time you're in
the Animal Kingdom, there is a horse named Tom. He has become a master of disguise because he doesn't want to work. Whenever someone tries to ride him, Tom immediately falls to the ground, rolling his eyes and
concede that dunk. It's that simple. And be down 4 with 4.5 minutes to go, and you're still on the floor helping you.
Down 2. Make it 3. McDaniels hits the first free throw. The NBA playoffs presented by Google continue tomorrow afternoon on ABC. Coverage start 3 Eastern. NBA countdown. Every postseason, it feels like we tell the story of a breakout star. It might be Aaron Gordon. He's been a very good player and an all-star before, but he's won a couple of games in the postseason for Denver.
Nobody has been more clutch in this postseason than Aaron Gordon, for sure. Again, huge three last night to help Denver take that 2-1 lead.
Meanwhile, a 5-point deficit has turned into a 4-point shooter during the regular season to the line.
Credit Naz Reid with that rotation. He met Jimmy Butler early that time. He was over there outside the lane.
One more free throw for Looney. Key part of those championships for the Warriors because of his leadership, his rebounding. The team often talks about how great he is at setting screens to free up Curry and Thompson and Durant during those titles. He makes both free throws, 30 bench points for the Warriors. Two-point lead for Minnesota. Here's Edwards. He's got 31 for the game, 23 in the second half. Looking to drive on Kuminga. Two elite athletes going at it. Out to Conley. Can't bank in a three. Gobert tips it around and a foul called on Golden State. It's on Looney. That's 4 on him.
Yeah, he basically, right here, he's practically face guarding Rudy Gobert, and he's holding his jersey as well. He was in a tough spot. He was pushed under the rim, and he's just trying to fight to get Rudy Gobert rooted out of there, but that's a pretty easy goal when you got him wrapped up to that extent.
11 rebounds, 5 points, 4 blocks for Gobert, 3 of 4 at the line. Now 4 of 5. The Warriors are over the limit, so Minnesota will shoot free throws the rest of the game. Four-time Defensive Player of the Year, Rudy Gobert. 78th career playoff game. Ton of postseason games when he was with Utah, and then the run to the conference finals with the Wolves last year.
Just 46% in the playoffs from the line, but 4 of 5 did not make it 5 of 6.
Lane violation, though, on Randall, so wave it off. It's a 3-point game.
Well, maybe Julius Randle didn't even believe in Rudy Gobert's great free throw shooting here tonight, trying to get a jump and get a head start, get into that paint.
Well, Gobert took longer than normal there on the release. Clearly, Randle was anticipating and letting it go earlier. Butler around the screen. Drives, goes at Gobert. Missed another layup. Cleared by Randle. Edwards up the court. Butler will green the 3-point line, so Edwards backs away to the logo with a shot clock at 10. Minnesota up 3. 7 to shoot. Edwards to Randall, swing it. McDaniels fires. Nails it. Switches home a 3. And the lead to 6 for the Wolves.
So that is just perfect execution. Anthony Edwards draws 2, takes him to the sideline, and then it's just 2-on-1 on the weak side.
No field goals in 6 minutes for Golden State. Tough shot by Kuminga. Great job by Buddy Hield. The offensive box. In the backcourt, a little trouble. Conley down low. Gobert charges in to Butler, and that's 5 on Rudy Gobert. Draymond Green is fouled out on the other side for Golden State a couple of minutes ago.
Golden State's pressure up the floor sped Minnesota up that time. And I think Jimmy Butler knew all along what he was trying to do when he helped on that penetration, he was going to bait Rudy Gobert into that hard drive. Jimmy Butler gives up his body, gets the ball back.
Chris Finch keeping Gobert in the game. Butler going to get the ball, guarded by McDaniels, some 35 feet away from the basket. We got a foul on Conley off the ball. That's 5 on him. So both Gobert and Conley with 5 personals. And that's the 14th foul, so no free throws yet for Golden State. Shot clock at 14. One timeout left for the Warriors, 2 for Minnesota. Shot clock at 5, Kuminga. Nobody open. Timer at 1. Kuminga's got to put it on. Got it away in time. Missed it. Looney there with the offensive rebound.
It's open. Oh, you came in straight cleaning up? Okay. You do that. You can do that. You can throw that away, actually. Thank you.
You look like a mini.
here in the second.
That is just inside the dotted line there for the eruption you're talking about with Anthony Edwards, because he's capable of doing it at any time. Has only had really one of these type of explosions in the postseason, but he took over this game in the second half offensively.
Great corner is good by Kuminga. 6-point game. Warriors not done yet. 43 seconds to go. Edwards has 63 of his 79 points in the series in the second half. Warriors will not foul. Randall gets it across to McDaniels. Oh, this one is shot off inside 10. Conley underneath. McDaniels got the ball away. Lead up to 8 for Minnesota. Jackson Davis with the slam. Now the Warriors, if they can't get a steal, have to foul immediately. But they didn't see McDaniels, and now they get to him with 15.2 on the clock. So Anthony Edwards with 36 points. Julius Randle the triple-double. Rudy Gobert had 13 rebounds and some big made free throws.
And you worry about the Warriors because we gave a formula of what it would take to potentially get a win. Jimmy go off in his that with 32. He was going to need help from maybe an unexpected source. Jonathan Kuminga gives him 27. Buddy Hield chipped in with 14. Their defense kept them in it, but it still wasn't enough to be able to withstand what Anthony Edwards and the Timberwolves were able to do late.
No points for Butler in the last 8 minutes, and that's when the lead dissipated. They just didn't have enough help. Buddy Hield made a couple shots, but Brandon Podziemski 1 for 10. Kuminga did not play as well offensively in the fourth quarter as he did in the previous 3 quarters. And now you're still in 2-1 what that might be. Because Jimmy Butler, while he had 33, you mentioned didn't score in the last 8 minutes, he missed a bunch right at the rim, but it's hard to imagine asking any more from him.
And I actually thought another factor in this game, and we haven't mentioned it yet, during that key stretch,
score Minnesota 1-2. Golden State 97. Anthony Edwards, absolutely sensational. He's talked often about he's not ready to be the face of the league. He might have a choice. He's ready to be the face of the league. But one point, he's at his best. And he's
keep shooting it and shooting for confidence,
We've seen in this series so far. How important is it to
Don't negotiate with terrorists. What HD mean, like on a fiscal year? What does HD mean on a fiscal year? Shops burnt down. That's fine. I ain't never restarted them keyboard ever shit. Lots of it there. Why every bull scare the shit out of me? I said, why every bull scare the shit out of me? You want this?
Mr. Outcomes. Mathematic. There's nothing wrong with a man with a nail polish. That's just going with the trend.
Nigga said, I ain't with
That's
it.
it.
My uncle Mickey, he got his nails fucking do the clear shit. I'm like, that's
Yeah,
all
see,
I
that's
want.
different. That's a hard
I'm,
nail thing.
that's
But
even, no, I'm saying, even with that, I'm cool with that or whatever, but I'm saying, whatever you want, that ain't even nothing, but I'm
but a
saying,
man
whatever
gonna
you
get,
want to do, that's on you, my nigga.
yeah,
Right?
man gonna get nails. Like if I see you with your nails looking like my hand,
That's very extreme right there. Now, that's very extreme.
even with just having colors,
If
like
you
you
have any
having
type of,
pink nails or something
if you
like
have any type of nail polish on your nails,
that's
I'm
hot.
looking at you kind of weird. I'm looking at you some type of way. I wouldn't put it on me, man, but you know, power
That's
to
the
you.
thing. I said I'm not dating no punk.
Nigga said, power to you, partner.
I'll be 65 minutes. Got me all in
Nigga said, baby, how you think my nails gonna look?
You can imagine me sitting in the house, bitch. Let me tell you about my day. First of all, don't do that. Don't call me.
The faggotry.
You know, Twitter and stuff. I don't know if you get on Facebook like that. They have really good things for you. Thing that callers are trying to predict the future.
I'll never click on it. I'll never click on the things. You know what you're talking about.
No, no, no. TV, whichever way you want to do it. You never go home.
problems, faintness, or dizziness. Tell your doctor about infections, vaccinations, and your medicines.
Yeah, I guess I'm feeling bad for like the dog. What about you? Do you know how to use a shotgun like that? lights on your car. Well, security tech was one from how can you even think of food when people didn't need more? You know, they said that food was such a scary, I guess. I love things. Negative physics. games. You can get stuff out. See, I told you the same thing. It's a bad idea. No, just try that. You don't want to feel stupid. You should just look at it. Easy Kendall. This box with that channel.
It hurts so much.
Weird.
This movie is brought to you with limited interruptions.
So, you have the rest of the hustle and bustle of my days and days of work.
How did I believe this fell? You wanna go lay down on me? Alright, right there, fine.
MIT food curriculums.
Down.